It's a pain to play this game, yet I'm doing it again. It's a pain, yeah, no shame. I'm not doing this for fame. Yeah. Don't let me fool you when I try to fight. They're in my teeth and keep you up all night. Have no mercy. I'm the line you're gonna take, and let me think I'm doing the same. It's a pain to play this game, yet I'm doing it again. It's a pain, yeah, no shame. I'm not doing this for fame. Yeah. Don't let me fool you when I try to fight. They're in my teeth and keep you up all night. Have no mercy. I'm the line you're gonna take, and let me think I'm doing the same.
everyone, and welcome to yet another Hunt Developer livestream.
Ой, какой он радостный, ёб твою ж налево.
4.8, and we are here with our usual guest, or almost host, Dennis.
Hi.
And myself, and this will be an
Под чем-то
interesting
вечно или
but
чё?
first, before we dive into that, we have some news for you, so let's just talk about that. So we have some community updates. If you were active on our social media or our website, we had some news for you, so let's take a look at them. And the first is sadly a bit unfortunate news. This year has been really rough for everyone, for our dev team, for everyone else in the world. And
Ранний
so
2021. Это когда? Декабрь 21-го?
The update itself and some of its main features, which is obviously the boss that we had announced earlier, and the customizable
ammo.
Too hard. Customizable ammo type. Yeah, thank you. So I think we talked a bit about those earlier, but sadly those moved to the next year. But we also released something cool for you to see. So we don't really want to comment on those right now, but you know, those are something that you should probably pay some attention to as well.
Yeah, you can all go check it out on our games webpage on Showdown.com. There's like a blog post, and that has some of these new teasers and some of the stuff that we want to release 1.5. Even though it didn't make it with this year, at least we wanted to make sure we end the year with you guys having some of that information, at least because some people have been really eager in learning more about the boss, learning more about the upcoming map. So yeah, we prepared a little bit something there for you.
Exactly, but it's not all bad news, because we are still having this bigger update 1.4.8, and it has many or most of the features from update 1.5 still, so don't worry, and that's what this stream is gonna be focused on. So
yes,
let's
couple
learn
really
about
cool
that
things
together.
Let's talk about it.
Yeah, let's just dive into it right now. So, we are having very new looting options. You may know that in the last updates we added like lootable weapons on the map, and before that we added a cash register and such features, but now we have even more. So
like an important thing that was for us was to say that like we add more meaningful things for the players to do as they roam the bayou, right? So obviously it's very important to play the objective. That's the main purpose of a match in Hunt, is to like see if you can get the bounty, kill the players on the way, and just have a good time there. But we also want to make sure there's like enough things for you to explore and maybe just like get some more interesting, meaningful things along the way through exploration rather than, for example, combat. So these new looting options are basically different types of rewards that you can find scattered around the world, similar to what Benz was saying, like where we already had the weapons and the cash registers, etc. There's just more meaningful, more interesting things. So maybe you guys want to check out the little hut over there just to see if anything interesting is inside.
And actually we have a lot of things for this, so it's not just one small thing, but we have multiple options. So let's just start with the first one, which is envelopes.
Oh, yes. So basically the different categories we have, like we try to put them together.
Привет,
The envelopes
амортизатор.
actually is
Да,
consisting
еще
of a
ничего не
number of
говорили.
different pieces. Think of it like that, like someone in the bayou has been roaming around and planting, preparing these envelopes. And they contain some very useful information for you or for the hunt, and you can find them, you can collect them. It's a very standard mechanic in games, I guess, like finding like some collectibles. In this case, though, they do give you some gameplay advantages, which is something we're gonna go and explain right now.
Exactly. So when you find envelopes, they can give you either 1000 hunter exp, 500 bloodline exp, or 3 to 6 upgrade points for your hunter.
Yeah, I think like especially the last one is going to be a very big one. So obviously much
Типа
of
какие-то
these
точки, которые будут давать вот это вот.
Alive, right? Like to have the full potential, right? Like the hunter XP goes directly on the hunter. So technically, it also gives you like levels and upgrade points and just like progresses your hunter forward, which is I think is something that kind of like gives you a bit of a speed boost, especially if you have a new hunter. If you find one of those, you already come out of the bayou like in a better position. The bloodline XP is actually interesting on two sides. It's mostly attractive for those people who are still grinding through the progression, who have recently prestige, for example. I mean, as you know, like 500 bloodline XP is roughly what you need for a rank jump in the early game, and then as you move forward through the tier 2 and tier 3 ranks, from rank 34 and rank 67 respectively, it costs you like 1,000 and 1,500 different, like basically by one. So if you collect like 2 or 3 of those envelopes, it's basically also a full rank jump. So it's just something that kind of like helps you to kind of like speed boost through the progression a little bit. And the last one is actually, I think, very interesting for a particular type. I mean, obviously every player benefits from that, but so just imagine you go into the Bayou with a level 50 hunter, right? Like, so you've spent all your points on upgrades, like on trades, or maybe had to replenish a couple of health chunks along the way.
Конечно, это будет очень полезно для охотников 50 левела, очень полезно,
You can actually use that to maybe like give him better trades if still has some slots open, or maybe you can restore some health chunks. So there's like a reason for you to go search for those with like a different type of hunter, in this case like a maxed out hunter, in order to keep him in the game.
Yeah, exactly, and I already see people asking, is it only when you actually extract from the mission, like the cash you find, or is it doesn't matter if you extract or not?
So if the XP obviously is reduced when you die, right? Like, so you know from the summary screen, if your hunter dies, you only earn half the XP, and that goes directly into the bloodline. That's a normal rules that we have, right? Because obviously there's nothing on the hunter to level anymore because he just died. But that means basically you still have a chance to get some of that XP, like the hunter XP, also technically into the bloodline if you fail the mission. But the bloodline XP specifically is giving you a big chunk directly into the bloodline, where normally it only trickles down, as you know from the summary screen, like in different droplets, depending on how many hunter levels you make in a round. So yeah, it's something that just gives you a bit of a speed boost.
Yeah, that's cool, because then actually you still keep some of it, unlike some of the other things you can pick up. So
легендарное добавление.
Really lost is obviously the upgrade points, because I mean your hunter that you would want to spend them on, he just well he's rotting on in the bayou somewhere.
Poor guy.
Poor guy or girl.
Смешно. Ну, типа новые какие-то будут на карте хрени, которые ты берешь, тебе 1000 ханту, 500 будлайнса дается и 3-6 поинтов. Если ты выживешь, конечно.
It's also interesting, as you can see, like you will not
Вот
only
так
find
они
them,
будут
like,
выглядеть.
on tables and crates and boxes, right?
Больше
like,
бумаги
where
на
you would normally
карты.
find ammo packs, etc. You can actually also find them on like new spawn anchors that we put on the walls, which are like on the wall, so like someone like put it on a nail there and made it so that people are more likely to actually stumble upon them.
And, wait, I had a very funny question. If you collect a lot of these, does Slenderman come to chase you?
You never know. You never know. I mean, it's a good measure in it, but you to always check your back once in a while. There's also the question regarding the teammates, right? So these follow the rule of 2 that we have for everything else in the game as well, like bounty, ammo, etc. So up to 2 players can interact with those. So if you're playing in the trio, you need to, as normal, do a bit more coordination. Who will be allowed to do it? Or usually it's basically just the guy who runs there first. But it's something where players need to coordinate. So they have 2 charges, and a player can interact once. But I mean, a total of 2 players can benefit from it.
That's cool. Let's look at the other versions as well. Actually, this is like the same, but in a different location, I guess. And we have one with the upgrade points. So each has like really cool arts. And they look really cool and can be on any walls or anywhere hidden, basically.
Они по-разному могут содержать. Экспу на охотника, экспу на Bloodline, либо экспу, либо поинты.
Really cool. So let's move on to the second addition to the exploration, which would be small bags or money bags.
Exactly. So this is a very straightforward one. I mean, we all know the cash registers, right? Both the one that we have in the game for quite a while, which gives you $100, like between 50 and 1,000 randomly, and also the newer golden cash register, which gave you blood bonds. Now we have these small bags, and they're a lot more common, and they can give you either a handful of hand dollars or a handful of blood bonds. And with a handful, with the dollars, we mean like less than 25 in a random number. So sometimes I just get like 3, 4. Sometimes you get 10, 15. It's just minor stuff, right? But the thing is, like, they add up because they're much more common than the cash register. So you might just like take a look left and right.
Так в нужной игре было просто, блядь, маленькие сумки с деньгами, блядь, и какая-то хуйня на заборе, которая дает бесполезную экспу, которую надо еще вытащить.
It's smaller amounts, but they're more frequent, and therefore they can still add up to quite some nice amounts as a bonus.
It's perfect to clean your weapon after the game.
Вообще просто. Все, теперь надо пылесосить все карты.
So, as I said, we have the 2 variations. They look fairly similar. This is like a regular hunter dollar money bag. It's just a small little pouch left there by some hunter. And the same with blood bonds. It's another pouch. It's a bit cooler looking, different colors, but
A bit
looks very
darker.
similar.
Yeah.
Сука, закладки какие-то,
We
блядь.
intentionally made it a bit more so that it's going to be a bit of a more
Ой,
challenge. Like it's much easier
бля.
for the players to miss those, right? So you really want to maybe check those corners there if something interesting is in there. They're not as obvious. They're not
Симулятор
like a heap
закладчика.
of golds that like kind of like shines nicely at you from a distance. No, you need to look for those a little bit. If you find them, well, take them along.
Cool.
Угу. Ну-ка,
And
что там
then we
дальше?
have even more than this,
Еще больше,
which
ну-ка.
is gun oil and blueprints. I
Ох
think
ты
it's
шеп.
maybe the two biggest ones.
Масло.
Yeah, it's the ones I personally like at least
Чего,
because I
блядь?
like to clean my guns. The gun oil is basically just like a little can of gun oil, and if you interact with it with your currently selected weapon, it will just clean that weapon just right there for free.
О, ну вот это вот.
So, for example, you might have just picked up like a nice legendary from
Ну ладно,
the
от
guild,
грязки
with, like,
почистить,
best
ладно,
shot you ever
можно
made.
на
Now it's
халяву.
dirty though, and maybe if you see like the gun can like the oil can, you just basically have a chance to clean it up right there. It's more of a gimmicky kind of small thing. Some people do really appreciate having clean weapons. Others don't care and actually like them to be as dirty as possible. So it's up to the player to if he wants to use them. It's just like a variety. It's just a couple of things that you can come across. And I personally am looking forward to the gun oil because it saves me 2 blood bonds. I would always spend after the mission because I always clean my guns.
Yeah, I do the same thing. I just really want to see the legendaries usually, so I clean them. And but let's talk about the blueprints, which is also very, very interesting.
Yeah, so the blueprints basically they follow a similar structure. Like you need to interact, and it affects your currently selected weapon. And in this case, it unlocks right away, right there, the next variant for that weapon in the upgrade tree. So, for example, if you're playing the Winfield C start weapon. Well, you have a couple of variants you need to unlock, right? Like there's the silencer version, there is the marksman version, and if you are, let's say, you're a new player and you haven't really spent much time in the game with these weapons, but just finding them, it just completes the current unlock.
Ну, типа подбираешь их, у тебя следующая вариация открывается. Допустим, у тебя колдл в руках, ты поднимаешь этот блупринт, у тебя сразу открывается ленточный колдл без набора XP. Только вопрос, надо выживать или они тут же открываются?
And let's look how they look in game as well. So this is the gun oil. It's a really pretty oil, and you can clean your weapons with it.
Как справа парень заинтересовался маслом, блядь.
Gun oil, I guess.
Блядь.
And then there are the blueprints, which can be also found in different locations, just like the envelopes on the walls. These can be hidden, as you can see, almost under.
Это работает только на оружие или это на гранаты работает на те же?
Actually, I think there's just a different angle, so you can see the schematics. But we also have one more image, which is like you can even see it even better. That it talks about weaponry, and it's some blueprint, quite literally.
Мы такие подумали, блядь, у нас что-то много пустых бочек по картам валяется. Надо их чем-то, блядь, за это прикрыть.
It basically depends on the family a certain thing is in. Like for example, we have the poison family, like the unlock family for getting you all of the different poison things like poison bombs and the poison trip mine, etc. So whatever item you have, it will progress that item's family to the next step. So with a rifle, obviously it's mostly that weapon of the same type, but we have like the deception category, for example, with the decoys. So it would basically then, depending on what you use, it would just progress you with this particular family to the next one. Fatality shots, etc.
But does it progress the one that's in your hand, or
yes, the
so
one
you can basically decide what you want.
You can decide before you interact. Like the one that you have in your hand is the one that.
Ты можешь. Ну то есть получается экран тоже можно. То есть любой итем, который у тебя следующую вариацию открывает, ты подбираешь этот блюпринт, ну берешь в руки тот итем, который нужен, поднимаешь этот блюпринт и все, у тебя следующее открылось. Ох ты ж,
I think there is like the skeleton key kind of snuck into this somehow.
Trade charms. Что это?
Yeah, take a look at the video.
Что это?
Wait, we want to talk about it or the video first?
No, I think the video that is currently playing there. I think that your screen just snapped back to the Halloween event weapon.
Wait, really?
Yeah, at least I see it right now.
Okay, well, sorry, but I think now we see the trade charms on the stream, so let's talk about those, Dennis. And we also will have a video for that, actually. So,
Типа как в это...
one of the more interesting ones, in my opinion.
Типа как в геймплее эти трейд-чармсы, блядь, рандомный трейд дает.
Okay. You might quickly want to check out the stream though. I think there's some people are saying they're seeing like the Halloween event stuff they're playing rather than the current one. Is that correct?
I don't think so. I'm like looking on my
Okay,
phone.
then it's fine. Then it's fine.
Don't listen to the trolls.
All fine, guys. Продолжайте, блядь.
You never know. Okay, so the next
Кормить.
one is the trade charms. So that's another thing that you can find in the world. And the trade charm is basically adding a random trade to your hunter. And the difference to the other ones we talked about is like which only give you some stuff basically after the round. This one does it right there in the round. So the cool thing here is that you can actually like upgrade your hunter live, right? Like you will also see what trade you would be getting, so it's your choice before you start the interaction. You just look at the prompt, like what it says, which trade it is, and if it's interesting to you, you can interact with it. If not, just leave it be, so you don't get the trade forced on you. Maybe you don't even want to. So,
вообще просто не серчай.
It's a bit of quality life.
Короче, все, что сейчас пока New Exploration Rewards, это все для вот тупо для новичков там, блядь. Бесполезное.
So I think it's actually pretty powerful.
Yeah, and I think we have an image of it first, and then we also have 2 videos how you can get it.
Вот это Trade Charms?
It looks like some cool skull or an item left.
Yeah,
like, it's a skull, right? Left somewhere, and it even tells you which trait you will acquire by picking.
Еще и подписывает, какой трейд дает.
Exactly. It's also like there's a second point to
it.
Прикольно. So you can find them lying around in the vault, like where you will find maybe
блядь.
envelopes or the money bags and the new rewards we added. But also there is another thing, another way for you to get them, that is through meatheads. So what
Ложки
you can do
достали,
is you
сидим,
can
едим.
basically like kill a meathead, and then with a high chance, I think it's 50-50 chance almost, you can basically find one of these traits, which I think is very, very powerful. So you might want to go hunt for a bit more meatheads, because they might give you a chance to fast track your hunter a little bit through the progression.
And it also gives you a lot of weapon XP, so it's very weird now. And but let's take a look how that works actually in action. So let's just look at the video.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Я сечу, у тебя за винсфилд такой, блядь. О, выпало. Что это? Ну подписывается, короче, какой тебе трейд дает.
See like a little like slightly new supernatural effect on it as well, like similar to what the clues are, right? So this is also you can find them a little bit better underwater.
Yeah, and as you could see, like the meathead just dropped it on the floor, and you can.
Хоть липучки теперь, если убийца попадется, не буду куда-то попало выкидывать. Ну, то есть, один хер их на мидхедов убиваешь. А тут хераксы. А зачем второй раз показал? Повторение, мать, учения? Ну, у него винфилды. Такие же хочу. Че, упало? Ага.
This time it rolled to the left.
At least you can see that it's a skull, and it actually like drops on the floor and rolls.
It's your new little companion skull.
Почему мне видео по 2 раза проигрывают?
I'm personally really looking forward to trying out a bit more on the servers, because like it just gives you a chance to just like save a couple of trades along the way, and even a new hunter, even the free hunter, you have a couple of trades available to him in the first mission, depending on how you play, right? Normally they don't have any.
Повторение просто.
For like when you prestige, let's say, or you're a new hunter, so you have more traits to play with right from the get-go, other than just unlocking the very few one that you have in the beginning.
Короче, сколько там уже идет? Минут. Все это время для ньюгаев.
All good, all intended.
О, Watchtowers. Это для любителей маяка и снайперок, походу.
We went through the new exploration stuff. That was that big portion, but we have way more to show you today, and one of this is the Watchtowers.
Yes, it's something that we mentioned briefly as a name. We dropped it as a name in the blog post, right? And people were like, "Whoa, what does it mean? What's so much?" We do have the hunting towers, or what are the watchtowers? What does it do? And basically, the watchtowers, they're like a new type of structure that you can encounter on both the maps. And this is also like one of the things we started building a little bit for the new map, and we thought this is so cool. We want to have it also on the old map. So while the new map is still a bit out, as we outlined, right? We at least get a couple of improvements here.
Больше, блять. Больше всякого говна на карту.
So There are 3 locations where we can find them. There's one on Lawson Delta, and then there's 2 on Stillwater Bayou. So yeah, let's have a look at them.
Yeah, let's take a look. So as you can see,
Ох
these
ты ж,
are,
ёб твою
way bigger
налево,
than
блядь.
the older hunting towers, and they look quite cool. So let's
Постапокалипсис
take a look at
приехал.
all of them. So we have multiple images from Lawson Delta and this.
Can you guess where that one is? So this is basically between the.
Где раньше были, короче, просто обычные тауры, теперь стоит вот это вот херобора, блядь.
Bunker with one of the hunting towers on it. And so we swapped out that hunting tower with a new watchtower on this particular location. The bunker is still there, so it's basically even further elevated as the structure sits on top of the bunker.
Ебать, апдейт просто.
You can go up there.
Мне кажется, пока 5 из 5 ложек говна.
It's almost like a small military base right there.
Yeah, it definitely has those fire watch vibes.
Теперь ты будешь не 2 на 2 квадратных метра там обороняться, а будешь, блядь, просто бегать по кругу этой таурки, да, и отстреливаться. А еще втроем класснее там сидеть. Просто, блядь.
I think this is still the one.
Oh yeah, there's the bunker on the ground.
Exactly.
This is the different one.
So this is a different one, and
вот
so
это
this
вот.
is the location.
Ну это была
You
вроде.
might have already guessed
Или
it.
нет?
This is on the north side of the lake that is at Healing Waters. If you move towards the bridge that connects over to Alice and Docks.
Да.
Forest piece. You have like this little hillside.
Блядь, если их добавить, я их буду. Добавьте минировать, можно, чтобы просто их минировать. Я бы минировал такие штуки, блядь.
So yeah, that's where you have that one. It's actually quite nice because you can use it like to get a quite nice overview on that passage. You can even like look a little bit into Lock by Docks from there.
Ну, с башни стреляться нормально, как раз вот поставили в этом месте, где с башни стреляться. Там будет долбоеб сидеть, и здесь долбоеб. И будут тут, блядь, друг друга сидеть, пулять. Там дождь не страшен, и здесь дождь не страшен. Все нормально. Экшон.
And just spice the things up. You remember maybe there used to be a tower, or there is currently on live, there is a tower up there as well. We kept that tower actually, the small hunting tower. We just moved it a little bit further to the east towards Stillwater. So technically you have 2 towers on that big hillside slope, the bigger one on the west, and then the old small one, which has been moved a little bit more to the east.
And I think we also have a video of the watchtower, so let's just check that out and see how it looks in game.
Давай посмотрим, как это looks in game выглядит. А ну я...
So this is obviously the one.
Ох ты ж, ёб твою налево, блядь. Иди посмотри, что внутри быстрее, блядь.
Lawson Delta, southwest of Sweet Bell Flower.
Они на какой-то странной версии играют. Где ПВЕ? Почему ПВЕ его не ест? О, туалет есть. Нормально. Жить можно, блядь.
Yeah, I mean, you can basically just stay there and sleep there and do whatever you need to do.
Ага. Ох ты ж. Ну
все,
я буду здесь жить, блядь.
So yeah, as you can see, like out of this, oh look, money even on top, and then the inside, like it has like obviously multiple loot spawns as well. We talk about those in a second, a little bit what you can usually find up there, and just a word of advice on this one, like there is actually a light on the roof as well, on the ceiling. So be careful when you're in these things, because a good sniper might actually set the whole tower ablaze. With a lamp shattering, so you might wanna turn that off before you go inside. Just a piece of advice here.
And also, is it like a bit easier to engage than it's for the hunting towers? Because sometimes people just sit on those, and then it's really hard to get to them without, like, if you don't have any explosives or such. But I feel like this has like some glass windows as well, where you could easily like breach it.
Yeah, I mean, you only have one way up, but it's actually quite nice if you take a look at this later.
One way up. Нормально, блядь.
So as you go up, you don't have a clear view on the way up from the window.
Бесполезно, но нормально.
To still come around there, but also you can just try to pepper like the ground from underneath, right? Like shoot through the wooden boards if you have like ammunition for it, and then there's different ways to go inside. I mean, this is not a fortification. This is not a place to sit and defend and like having weight.
Да ладно, это не место, чтобы сидеть и охранять. Ну конечно, давай, расскажи это, блядь. Что дрочером.
Check out, you want to see what's around that, and you might want to maybe linger around a little bit to maybe get an overview, see if maybe a team is inside somewhere, and then draw up your battle plan from there, right? This is not a fighting position. It can be, but it's not meant to be. It's more of a watchtower. It gives you an overview, and it's just an interesting change of pace compared to the normal towers that we used to have at these locations.
Yeah, and now let's talk about like what do this actually Oh, we actually had one more image.
That's the second one on Stillwater. So this is the
Тут
one that
неплохая,
can be
как
found north of Crematorium in the
этом,
swamps. So this is basically on the way
на болоте
towards family graves, planter graves.
Говорит, не место для файта. Это так, зашел, посмотрел вокруг и вышел. Ага, давай. Давай, рассказывай, блядь.
You might recognize that space. There's a couple of like white colored buildings scattered around with a pier cutting right through the swamps, and it's a little bit offset to the side there. So again, it's a nice traversal hotspot. Like people usually frequently go there. So again, this one is nice to just like maybe quickly divert, check it out, see if there's anything useful up there you want to take along. Maybe restock and maybe even take it as a vantage point to engage any of the nearby compounds from there.
I actually really like how it like sits in the swamps and it's just a tower.
Ну они же вон придумали, главный геймдизайнер.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, I like this one a lot. This is really nice.
Надо же похвастаться, я что-то придумал.
So let's talk about them in a bit more detail.
Yeah, so basically we use the introduction of the new watchtowers to kind of like establish a bit more rules when it comes to what you can find on them. So they have basically guaranteed supplies. It's like where normally with the towers, what we have right now is that like they might contain an ammo box, they might contain like.
Короче, мне гарантированно есть что-то в этих
таверах. Any of
таверах.
the building, any of the structure, they might systemically just have some loot scattered and found around them. They are not like perceived as a supply point or thing, which just gives you guaranteed reward. And that's something we changed now with the watchtowers, where
У них
you
может
will
быть
always find two
оружие.
things in the watchtowers. They can be random, what it is, but they will always be either like a mix of ammo box, health station, or even a weapon drop. Like when we talk about a weapon drop, we talk about the same weapons we introduced systemically into the world recently. So this can be, for example,
Не
basic
висни.
Winfield C or Romero shotgun, like stock weapons that like you would expect maybe some people who are living in that area, lived in that area, would be
По идее,
hanging
да, топовая.
over their fireplace, right?
Мосинка там должна
But,
лежать.
like, nothing hunter
Всегда.
specific. Like the one exception that we had with the other spawns was like there's like I think below 1% chance for a nitro even to spawn there, but that's pretty rare. So you can find some guaranteed supplies up there on the watchtower. It's two things, and again from that random list it picks them. So it might be sometimes it's two ammo boxes, maybe it's an item box and an ammo box, maybe it's a health station, like it's like that type of stuff. So it gives you a bit more variety.
It's almost like a smaller supply point, but it's mixed
Exactly.
with like hunting towers, and it's always the same location, so that's kind of cool. And like you know that you can go there to like stack up on something at least.
Yeah, but also keep in mind other people might be seeing that.
Справа чувак такой довольный просто сидит. Игра вышка просто такой.
It's a double-edged sword.
Прям фанат.
I think it just provide a bit of alternative pathways and just break things up a little bit. And I think it's something that we all know we would love to get the new map out to you guys faster, but I think it just takes some time. But at least we can start to break things up a little bit and maybe fight some of the monotony of having encountered always the same places, but just introducing some of these cool things also in the first two maps basically. But the question is now, what happens to the other towers? And we try to do the same thing as well there. We just only have half the supplies, so you will find like at least one box there, and it can be like ammo, like white box, health box, weapon.
А как апгрейд? Что за
It's the
апгрейд?
same things you can find. It's just like not
Старых квадратов.
If you go to
Полтора
one
на
of those
полтора.
towers, they will always find something useful there. It's not that the tower will be completely empty.
Типа аммо-бокс, хелс или снайперка
I
наверху.
think we also have a video of that, so let's just take a quick look at that as well.
Ну как их апгрейдили?
So as you can see, this is basically an old hunting tower, but now you can find, let's say, a map.
Полку прибили, ёб твою налево. Ё, апгрейдили.
Yeah. So like actually interesting here is like so I think the ammo is still spawn on the ground, but like the smaller stuff actually is like on this little shelf there behind. So it's something that something new for
Произошел апгрейд, мы прибили полку.
behind there as well, because it could be sitting on that shelf.
And as you said, there's a small chance that you find a nitro there. So
very small chance, but yeah, I mean, go and check all the towers out. You might be lucky. I mean, it's not like there will be weapons left and right around every corner, right? Like so, the weapons.
То есть на этой полке будет либо коробка с амуницией, ХП, либо оружие. Топ апгрейд. Old hunting towers.
Like above their class, basically above their weight class. And I think it's nice to find that also, like if in case like like you're kitted out for a sniper and you need to push that compound. Maybe you find that Romero actually around the corner.
Блять, очередное говно.
It's nice to have options.
Ну-ка.
So yeah, I think the towers have a much clearer language that way, and I think people will perceive them maybe a little bit more as, like, as you said before, like it's like a bit of a mini supply point in a way almost.
Yeah, and it's like now we have like basically 2 different varieties of towers as well, and like it's also like a bigger building, so I think it's pretty cool. I think someone asked if you can you climb on the roofs of the hunting towers, or can you not?
You cannot go on the top. We actually thought about that, but we discussed it, and it was a bit too weird because like it just feels like really awkward. We want the player to basically be on the level that's meant to be, which is like with the railing, the hand railing basically, and the outer walkway. And I think for that purpose they're already good. Like for example, the one that is on Lost and Delta, like the elevation is actually high enough so that if you're aiming towards Fort Carmack on the west-southwest side, like you have the roof with a lift that allows you to go up there, right? Or you can climb up. Normally, the angle where you fight people that are up on that roof is very steep, right? You usually can't cover the entire roof unless you're maybe like somewhere in Ironworks or so, like on the same level. But with that tower, actually, you're high enough that you can see further onto the roof, which means it's much easier for you to somehow like maybe engage people and try to have like a counter against a team fortifying themselves up there.
That's pretty cool, yeah. It just adds multiple variety to the game.
Легендарно.
It's also pretty cool. But that's not all that we have for you today. We have also new weapon variants as always.
О, варианты выпан, давайте. Давайте бесполезности больше. Ну-ка. Винфилд, мушкет, байонет.
Windfield musket bayonet, basically. Yeah, and, so you kind of saw that little bit teased there in that Meathead trade video. The Windfield musket. So musket's such an old-fashioned term. Why call it a musket? It's because basically back then, very often, the term for a military rifle was to be a musket, and the attempt here was to basically have a military contract for a Windfield rifle, and as such, this was specifically made and offered for military contractors. It didn't really get too much, I think, usage in the end, but still for us in Hunt, very, very interesting because it offers you the chance to have not only a Windfield with a extended melee option by having the bayonet on top, it also is in general a little elongated weapon. It's like the barrel and the tube magazine underneath are just a little bit longer than a regular Windfield, and that means it can actually hold 2 additional rounds in a magazine over the regular one. So you're going to 17 rather than 15 rounds extra, like in a magazine capacity. The whole thing comes at a disadvantage, however, because of it being a bit more cumbersome, a bit more heavy-handed. It actually levers at a slightly reduced speed. So it's not massive, but if you know like the differences in fanning speed for the revolvers, you probably can get like a feeling of what to expect there. So this one is just like not as good for levering with a high frequency like the normal lever guns can do. That's basically just a downside of being a bit of a bulkier weapon.
And it will cost $137 $100 currently, so you never know. But yeah,
бесполезная херня.
With what you normally pay for, like Windfield, Swift, or Talon, and all of the other versions we have.
And some people in the chat already asked, like, how is the unlock path for this one? Like, is it coming after or before?
It's basically at the end of the line. So I think the Swift is the current last one to unlock for the Windfield. Keep in mind, this is not a Windfield C. This is a base Windfield unlock, right? So like the same family where you have the aperture side version, where you have the Talon version, and they have the Swift version. And this is basically like the last entry in that category.
Они бы еще писали бы параметры, ну, слово with levering, чем что, блядь? Чем какой Windfield он слово? Чем обычный? Ну-ка.
Ох ты ж. Here you can see already like there's a lot more wood along the length of the barrel, right? Like the whole thing is like kind of like a musket, like a little bit more military looking, and then obviously has like a bit more reach also with the bayonet. So it kind of feels like similar to like, for example, a Mosin Nagant with a bayonet, right? It has like similar dimensions on this.
Yeah, it even reminds me of the Mosin a bit.
Yeah, I think like, visually,
Говно
even, I
пахнет.
think the bayonet, etc., is a little bit longer even than what you have on the Mosin Nagant, but it doesn't change anything on the gameplay side. It's like the melee attack is somewhat identical to what you can expect from the Mosin Nagant.
Yeah, let's just look at this a bit more, and then we are gonna take a look at the gameplay. But I think it looks really cool. I can't wait to have a legendary for it. That will probably look really sick.
All in due time.
Yeah. And here's some gameplay. Even the sight is a bit like a Mosin, or...
No, I think that's that part. It's pretty much the same. You need to play more. You need to play more Winfield. I think the front side is a little bit changed, right? Like because like the front is different, but the back side, like the rear side, I think is the same as far as I'm concerned. Maybe I'm wrong. I wouldn't even be able to tell you 100%.
Yeah,
but
sure.
But
it just feels longer, maybe like it's a bit further.
It's because the barrel is longer, I suppose. That like
Привет,
the
Zero.
side might feel a bit different. It's true. Like you might have like a bit more of a needle perception for the front side that way.
Плюс 2 патрона в аммо просто.
What is the difference between its heavy and light? Like what? How?
Еще раз, для особо одаренных. Повтор.
So the bayonet, so it does the poke attack, like a stab attack. That is again just like the heavy melee attack on the Mosin Nagant, for example, and it just does the normal dashing attack that you would have with also like a normal rifle that has a bayonet. If you do a heavy attack with this, so it behaves exactly like you would expect from bayonet in the game.
Yeah, awesome. But I think we have some other variants to talk about as well.
Так они и так на 100 метров все
The
бьют
next one has a
соточку.
very long name. So this is basically the Nagant Officer Carbine Deadeye.
Чего? Наган, офицер... карабин Дедай?
I think something that people really appreciate having on a Nagant carbine. But the Nagant carbine is a headshot machine, right? Like I think people appreciate the gun for when you're in the sweet spot range for it, like to be a very powerful choice. And obviously it still suffers at range. It's outclassed by long ammo quite easily, but like don't underestimate.
Бесполезная, блядь. Вот ты будешь с ней бегать?
The officer in
вот Winfield со штыком.
Like, it kind of works out of the box, right? You don't need any traits with it to get it to peak performance. It's a very reliable base option, and having now the Deadeye version for it just means that the whole thing becomes a bit more intimidating at medium
с карабином
because fighting one
с прицелом будешь бегать?
Regular, whether he has a Deadeye, so you might want to be even more careful peeking that corner. But it comes as a drawback, obviously. Like having a scope means having more zoom. That also means the recoil is felt much stronger on this. So this one is way less of a headshot machine than the base version is with iron sights, just because it zooms in more and you see a lot more movement in that zoomed-in view. Still, don't underestimate that gun, and that's also why we priced it quite high. So with 211, this is more expensive.
211 за вот это вот.
And we also, because acknowledging that the Officer Carbine is a very powerful weapon, we thought about changing the price of that as well.
О, наконец-то карабин повысили ценник. Нормально.
Quite significantly. So it's obviously lower than the new Deadeye version, but like with 155.
В 2 раза
I
просто.
think it's more properly placed for the cost. What you would expect from such a gun. So it's not a cheap thing. It's something that you need to invest some money in. But I mean, it's obviously is way less.
Минус квака.
You know, have you seen these memes on Reddit when people made these crazy guns when they added every attachment?
Yeah,
but slowly
absolutely.
we are getting there, you know.
We're gonna save that for hardcore mode at one point down the line.
And as for we had for the Winfield as well, let's just take a look at the videos for the Carbine Deadeye.
Nice.
So yeah, this is the 3D view again. Actually looks pretty cool. Because I think why it looks so cool, it almost looks like a rifle because of the glued up, like, I guess, what would you call it, barrel?
Yeah.
So it looks almost like an actual rifle. It's pretty cool.
It's a very, very quick, reliable weapon. I mean, it's always limited by its 7 rounds.
Да, вернули его, говорю, состояние бы до этого всего уравниловки с патронами совсем, блин.
because you don't
было
need to
хорошо.
open like any loading gates. You just like slam additional rounds in sideways, and then only if the weapon was really empty would you need to operate the lever. With this one here, you always have to do it like with a normal pistol, right? Like you have to open it up and it needs to spin the drum to position like the fresh round so that it would be fired next, right? So if you only load one round in and you would just close it, well, you need to fire it like 6 times before that bullet comes up as it rotates through. So that's why all the spinning stuff is in there. Like the revolvers are a bit more difficult to handle, and obviously that translates over to this weapon as well as a drawback. But if you use those 7 rounds
Fast
wisely, you
recoil
can do a
in
lot of
зуме у
damage.
него.
And let's take a look how it looks in
Ну-ка,
actual
покажите в
gameplay as
зуме.
well.
Дай видео. Давай.
Yeah, so here, just one note. This is just like how it was recorded with basically not aiming between shots, but actually you don't need to do that, right? You can just keep the aim button pressed and you will remain in the side view and will be able to just like keep on firing while in sights, because it's a double action, right? You don't need to operate any bolt, you don't need to operate any lever, you don't need to pull a hammer back. This weapon is just operated by squeezing the trigger. That means the spread is bigger because you need to apply more force, more pressure of getting the shot out. And as a consequence, however, you could technically just like keep on aiming to the sides and fire as you are already knowing from the basic carbine. So you do not need a dead eye scope smooth trade for this one to stay within sights.
Let's just wait this reload animation and yeah, perfect. So I think that was it for the new weapon variants, and let's move on to the gunplay changes.
Это все?
And I mean, it's not technically a
Добавили,
gun,
так добавили.
Let's talk about the antidote shots first.
Yeah, so the antidote shot is a powerful choice, a very powerful choice, and we want to keep it powerful as well. So we didn't want to touch any of the durations.
Не весь poison
Specifically,
damage.
since right now we don't really have an easy way of telling you if something has run out, that's something on the HUD that is currently not there. But we felt like specifically against the spider and even the hive swarms, like it was a bit too potent. So what we did is we basically said like, you know what, if you're walking through a poison cloud and you're inhaling the poison, it's just as before, right? There is no physical damage or anything like that. It will just basically not affect you. You will not get poisoned. You will not have a green health bar, and you will not be blocked from health regeneration. You will not get any distorting effects. However, if someone is actually biting you, stabbing at you, stinging you, whatever, that damage would still be physical and still applied as normal. It's just that the poison carried with the attack doesn't have any effect on you.
Ну, это логично. По идее, было всегда.
Where right now on live, you can basically put an antidote shot in, and it's very easy to just like sit
Им
out
потребовалось
from the spider, right? Like it just goes completely crazy.
год, чтобы, ну, как бы допереть до логики.
Tank it, even without having to pull out of the fight or do anything before you finish off, and then you get full health anyways. So for this one, you'd still need to be a bit more careful now. It's obviously you can still, and a veteran probably very easily can still kill a boss without fearing for his life, but at least you cannot as easily tank the actual pure damage that comes from it. It will not poison you, but you will actually lose those 50 hit points if that spider manages to actually successfully pounce at you.
And I also feel like the antidote shots, like everyone just basically always took fun after. You can also loot like consumables, or so you just like always pop it in the beginning of the game, so and everyone would be basically completely protected against all damage from poison sources. So I think it makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
It's also still a trade-off, right? I mean,
Ну да, есть
when we
такое.
first did the change with the antidote, you saw like everybody would going for the antidote shot, but like since then, I think you're seeing a lot more people that actually are not bringing antidote shots because they would rather, for example, bring defensive tools or extra defensive consumables like a concertina bomb or poison bomb or whatever, which they cannot find in the boxes in the world, right? Like so, you have to always make a choice. Like, are you fine just bring like an antidote shot to vitality shots, maybe a bomb like a dynamite or whatever with you, and that's it. Fine, sure, but then you will never be able to find like a concertina bomb, for example, in the world. So if you want to bring that out of a sudden competes with what else you want to bring. And some people like the flexibility of bringing those more exotic pieces of equipment you can't find in a mission, and others prefer to have like the reliable basically protection from the antidote shot. So it's a question of style and preference, which I think is fair enough, but it still remains a viable option, a very viable option actually. I think it's just you have to be a bit more careful, and maybe that hive swarm can actually be a bit more of a threat if you don't take it out in time.
And,
if you don't pay attention.
Now that you mentioned the hive, let's just actually take a
Да,
look at what happens
нет
when
вроде.
you use an antidote shot against the hive.
Типа...
So let's just take a look at the video.
Сейчас посмотрим. По-моему, нет. По-моему, сказал, типа, раньше нельзя было, а теперь... Теперь нельзя, но... Ну, что-то там. Ну, давай. А, демаг-то идет один хер. Хера себе она жжет.
You want to be fast, so you don't lose any health chunk like amounts, and would need to use like a med station or first aid kit, etc. to top it up again.
Yeah, but it's still very helpful since like you're not super disoriented and
Absolutely,
like, you see what's happening.
Хотя в половину бы уменьшили бы демаг, ну, допустим, с этих же мух, потому что это... Не. Ну, на тебе дот не висит теперь, получается. Просто дот не вешает, а демаг проходит.
So meanwhile I switched to the spider one, so as you can see, the same thing applies here. You get the damage, but,
С таким ебическим ПВЕ в этой игре, блядь, это, ну, это...
It's always like over your head or behind you, yeah.
По идее, это логично, могли как бы хотя бы в 1,5 раза как бы уменьшить демаг те проходящий. Не фулл демаг же, блядь. От ядовых атак. Паук, ладно, я про мух говорю, блядь, они просто, ну они так же тебя пиздят просто. А учитывая, какое здесь ПВЕ в этой игре, когда ты один против троек воюешь и получаешь пиздюлей с всех сторон, на тебя когда все ПВЕ агрится. То есть, блядь, для тебя особо то, что на тебе дот висит, ни хера не дает, а вот мухи тебе будут жрать на фулл хп, это, конечно, пиздец. Я вчера сгорел, вон, последняя катка перед уходом.
Which will probably help you if you like
playing
with machete, heavy knives, hatchet or talon.
Ох ты ж, блин. Hit detection improvement, melee changes.
We looked at specifically the melee hit detection for those weapons that do have like a swing, wide swing attacks. And while the range actually of those is the same as it would be for a stab with a knife, the knife usually, like the heavy attack of the knife or bayonet, etc., is just usually much more reliable. And we tried to improve this a little bit. So obviously it's not like exactly like a knife because you could do a swing rather than a stab, but it should be a lot more precise. I think we corrected the angles a little bit, so it's less likely for you to, like, when you do the swing, to kind of like have that dog or have that grunt or whatever be not hit because of just how the angle cut through the screen. So everything is a bit lower, is a bit more level in terms of how the cut animation is. So it should make things a bit more reliable for all of these server. And just give the try.
Ну да, походу. Область попадания.
Already seen the news. The test server is up and running right now, so you can go already check out some of that stuff with the patch notes. But we will just soldier on here and continue going through the items with a bit more details and context.
So this basically means that Fisk will just win in Hunt from now on forever.
Why not?
Короче, они продолжают равнять все подряд.
Now it gives you 5 health points every time you kill a nearby grunt that is close to you.
Yeah, so this sounds actually pretty weird if you first read it, right? Like, so yeah, sure, why should I get a trade that gives me 5 hit points?
До каждого убитого рядом зомбака.
We looked at how Ghoul was used before, and Ghoul didn't really have so much of an advantage. Like, the only time it was really useful is if you needed to loot a hunter for health during combat. Right? In any other situation, you would just look for a health station or find an item box and quickly use your med kit and recharge it. Like it was.
Типа вампирик на 5 хп.
Right? Like it didn't give you much of an advantage. Now we looked at what could be interesting, and what we wanted to introduce is a different way of getting your health topped up. And now you see like it gives you 5 HP, but keep in mind that means you can jump between health chunks, right? So you're currently at, let's say, 75 hit points. You basically are very close to a grunt and you kill it. be that shooting or melee, but you have to be really close. Now you absorb some of that monster's essence, and that way basically you get those 5 hit points, which then have moved you into the next chunk, which then systemically starts regenerating until it's full. So what you can do with that is like it opens up a completely different strategy of health, and that's something which we want to introduce alongside the vitality shots and alongside the doctor trade with the medkits and physician, etc., which are also valid options, and most of the time people would prefer those, I suppose. But with the ghoul trade, you can also add like another option to this, which might, for example, allow you to actually save some of the medkit charges you would normally have used after maybe you attacked a couple of hellhounds, and then you got bitten once or twice, and you still need to use the medkit. Now you don't need it. Just find a grunt, slash him once, and it will do the job for you. So it's nice for people who basically want to make sure that they come into the actual PvP fighting, like when they approach the boss layer, for example, or they're expecting combat with like another team, that they still have most of their supplies ready, that didn't have to use any vitality shots, they didn't have to use any other things, or had to like divert and search for medkit, and obviously at that very moment you never find one. So it just gives you a bit more options, but then again it's also still a bit situational, because you still need to have that one grunt. So like if you go through compounds which have all been cleared, maybe there are no grunts left, and you have a problem. But specifically,
это как работает? На мили или ты можешь с винтовки его завалить? Это в вампире как будет работать?
Because it's a new way of doing it, we kind of priced it a little bit high at the moment, and that's intentional. We want to see how this basically is being used in the test server. So at the moment, this will cost you 7 upgrade points. So it's more of a competition to Doctor. It's more of a competition to the other bigger trades, rather than just being yet another add-on on top of it. So we want to see if new playstyles emerge from this. And based on the feedback, this might be maybe lowered to 6 points. Or
7 points?
But we want to see first how this goes. And for that, the test server is important. Practical gameplay experience is important, because obviously having this being used by a wider audience and by you guys with your different techniques, playstyles, etc., I think it's going to be more valuable for us to price it.
Honestly, I think this is such an awesome trait for players like me that always lose this last 25 health chunk, and then is too greedy to use a medkit for it, and never finds one in the world. So, and then ends up dying to one shot from anything basically. So this is like the perfect solution for that.
Yeah, but also keep in mind, like, I mean, I always see the chat going like, 7, I would never pay 7 points for that. Keep in mind, we do have the upgrade points that you can now find in the world as well, right? So the entire economy about upgrade points, like your hunter levels faster if you find the hunter XP. Your hunter might get 3 to 6 upgrade points for free because he just found one of those envelopes, right? These things are changing the rules a little bit. So everything is connected, right? It's just important to see that in the bigger picture, so that like 7 points right now on live might be different.
На пустой хелсбар, а на выжженный. Он выжженный восстанавливает?
That's very true. You even can get more EXP, which you get more trade points for after the game, even so it like works in multiple ways. But a lot of people has been asking how it works in range and stuff. But why don't we just look at a video of it, and there you can actually see how it works in the game. So I just do that. So as you can see, he's missing 75 health, and it went to the next health bar, and now he wouldn't actually have to heal, right? It would just heal as normal. Yep.
Yeah, he just tops it out quickly.
А зачем мог его он еще одного тыкнуть? Растраты.
He wouldn't have done anything. He would have at least gotten that next 50 chunks filled up completely, and would have just need to find another grunt maybe to then jump to the last 25er and then have that heal also. Luckily, there was another one right ahead. So this particular situation, you didn't even need to use anything. You didn't need to look for anything. If you're pursuing a team, for example, you don't need to break away from that pursuit by looking for medkit, etc. Just because maybe some AI landed like a lucky hit against you. Just like mow down some grunt along the way and continue moving on.
So does it only work in melee range, or if you shoot a grunt like nearby?
I think it's like around 4-ish or so meters, so it's free. Like for example, if you're sitting on top of a box, like in a guy next to you, shoot him in the face, like you
Он и медкиды вообще не экономит, видишь?
Like it's a little bit further than melee range, but you have to be very close. You need to absorb the essence from it, and that only works at a very close range.
Ну ладно, допустим, с новыми апгрейд-поинтами на халяву на карте имеет место быть.
Personally.
Yeah, I mean, it's also actually like I'm going to be honest. Like,
О,
I'm very curious to see
концертина бомб.
if this will do
Чё там?
anything to the telemetry that we see post 148 launch regarding usage of maybe vitality shots, for example, or maybe even medkits. I don't know. Maybe some people think like this is maybe what I need, and I
Да,
want
да.
to bring one of the other items. It's unlikely for the medkit, at least, like, granted. But maybe
Теоретика.
people will bring one vitality shot less because they have one more option here. Again, it's to be seen. It comes down to where it's useful, and this one is obviously not a PvP directed mechanic. It can work there, but it's more of a traversal and PvE mechanic. But it might save you then those charges up for the proper fight that you otherwise would have depleted on the way. Anyways, let's move on.
Yeah, so the next change is with the concertina bomb. So basically, what we changed is the deployment time after it explodes. Basically, it's much quicker now, and instead of 1.5 seconds, it's only take half a second.
Yeah, so this is
Теперь от нее вообще не убежать, если в тебя прям кинули.
Been doing to how the concertina is being calculated and then placed in a wall deployed, and it allowed us to kind of like shorten that time. So it's the delay we had was primarily first off a technical limitation, because like it had to find like where can I place the wires. It's like quite a complicated process, and this is a bit easier now, and that saved us the time that we could shave off here, and that means you can actually use those concertina bombs a little bit more offensively, because it's much harder to get away from a concertina thrown at you within half a second than it is for 1.5 seconds. So try it out offensively. It's still going to be
Для нападения
not as
теперь
easy as
более.
a bomb,
Ну
obviously, but try that.
I mean, it's pretty quick actually, and it's scary. Like the sound it always makes is always very scary for me.
Так это еще нет на лайв-сервере.
You know these wires and then.
Да.
Yeah, I think it's also like the moment you're like in the center of that one, when it unfolds, you're dead, right? Like it instantly kills you. It's like enough damage concentration there and in the core, so that if you manage to really hit that on someone directly, even right now in live, like it's very, very dangerous. The thing is, on live at the moment, the delay makes it rather impossible or very, very unlikely at least to succeed with that.
So let's just.
Да, это получается инста-килл.
In action.
Да.
That was really quick, I'm not gonna lie. Oh my.
Keep in mind, again, you might be used to how you deploy them right now, right? Like, so I just throw it very close because I still have a chance to back away around the corner. Keep in mind, it's faster now.
Теперь она еще и, видишь, как быстро это разатывается. Тебя not chance. То выжить, убежать нету шансов вообще, блядь.
Awesome. Well, that's really quick, actually, surprisingly. But the sound is still there, so I'm very happy. And
someone is putting a remark out, like, I just saw that in the chat. It's like, yeah, but this is going to be used to troll new players. I think a new player would probably also already gotten trolled by 1.5 seconds. I don't think that makes much of a difference, but
да, навряд ли не
let's
цену
see how
затронули.
it goes in practice.
Awesome, and let's move on to some unlock rank changes, because we have a bunch of them. So, yeah, we changed the dusters from rank 20 to rank 1, meaning that you can deal with those emulators very early on.
Yeah, so
Костя с 20 до 1 левела убрали, обалдеть. Ух ты ж, ёпту.
And that wasn't possible for us to follow through on this, and it instead will come in early 2021. However, with that, on the teaser that we released last week, we already shown two new unique weapons, right? You can go to the blog post and then see which ones they are, but they're new weapons, which means they will need to find their place somewhere on the unlock hierarchy, right? They need to be placed somewhere with a specific rank, and this is the rank you need to reach for you to unlock those. And in preparation for making that room, we kind of reshuffled a little bit some of the current unlock positions to not only cover for the new guns, but also to adjust a little bit some of the things we felt like could be sitting at a better spot, or just have all been sitting there maybe without actually making so much sense in the first place. So we just used that opportunity to shuffle things around slightly. And the first one on that list is that the dusters move from 20 to rank 1, which means you'd have the dusters as a melee tool choice right from the get-go. So it's really up to you and your preference for
так много
what
пиздит
melee
просто,
weapon or melee item you want to bring into the game, and you can pick the knife and grind the variations of that, or you can pick the dusters and grind the variations
Go
of that.
дальше,
Many of you
ну.
guys know how much I love the knuckle knife. But it just gives you a bit more flexibility.
Knuckle knife он любит, блядь. Ну, сиди себе сделай, бегай, снимай.
So
аниме.
the other thing is Spyglass, which unlocked previously on 24, now also unlocks at rank 1.
Spyglass. Самая нужная вещь в
And
игре
this has
просто.
been a pure balancing decision because
Наконец-то
the
я...
whole thing is the speed that we didn't want to take it away from.
Можно с первого левела бегать, смотреть на всех.
No, obviously, this is like we all understand this is one of the lesser used items in the world, but just making it available rank 1 actually can benefit some of the mid players to get a better understanding what's going around them. And in general, like it's nothing people felt like, yay, I unlocked their particular rank. I finally have the spyglass celebration. So in this particular case, I think it's okay that it's just there from the get-go. You can choose to use it or you can choose to ignore it.
Блять, может его просто удалить из игры, не?
So I saw some people asking in the chat as well, but the machete actually changed from rank 12 to 24, and some people actually mentioned the machete somehow. They maybe saw my slides somehow, but yeah, it unlocks a bit later now.
Мачете что он сделал?
So this is again part of the same thing. As you can see already, as we go line to line to line, you're always gonna see like the next line gonna take the spot of the previous one almost, right? Like type of stuff. So Spyglass cleared.
Ну, с новой механикой, может, это... Может, поэтому его апнули? Потому что он из мертвого оружия превратится. Потому что меня вчера он вообще шотнули с мачете. С прыжка.
Yeah, it's not the reason why we did it, but sure, it's something that's related. The officer we kind of moved from its late.
С мачете еще в голову попасть надо умудриться.
And here the choice for this is primarily.
Аган, офицер.
Primarily to to accommodate to have a choice between a weapon that complements your single shot weapon or a weapon that complements maybe your like a rapid fire weapon. So it's something that I've been preaching quite a bit with the last updates when we introduced levering in 1.3, but also when we did like other changes in last updates. I think it's very important that you always consider your equipment mix, right? If you bring two weapons which kind of do the same thing, then you don't really gain anything from it except for being better at a situation, but you lose quite a lot. For example, flexibility to engage at a further or a closer range. So equipment mix is very, very important.
Но это не так важно, как с первого левела смотреть вдаль. Не забывай. Любоваться видами.
Here we know that on rank 10 we do get the packs unlocked, which is a very, very powerful weapon on its own right. But without fanning, it's more of a like single type of weapon, right? You have slow rate of fire, and players don't really have any other options in the early ranks than that. And we want to ensure that at least they do have a bit of a rapid fire option as well there, because that way they can compare that, for example, with a Romero or with their Sparks or with their Martini, with their Springfield, of the weapons where maybe you want to complement that slower precision weapon maybe with something that allows you to stand your ground in close range. And that's why the officer moved to this earlier rank rather than in 56 or is it 56? It's hard for me to read on the small previous
36.
36, sorry. To actually rank 12 to make it available much earlier in the progression, which I think it makes sense because the weapon isn't the strongest. It's a very powerful weapon, don't underestimate it, but it's also not the strongest compared to some of the other unlocks you get later on, like the Bornheim, the uppercuts you can unlock, etc. The Mat.
No.
Sounds good, and I think we also have one last one, which is the Winfield, the basic Winfield, so not the C variant from 42 to 20.
Ну, нормально.
Yeah, it goes in the same way. So basically, we decided to position it directly between the Martini Henry and the Sparks, so that between those weapons you actually have like an upgraded version, or upgraded in terms of like a bit more of a different options you can use. Variant wise and has more ammunition. Between those two weapons, so that again, if depending on your playstyle, you have also like a different weapon progression. Sorry, like 42 always felt a little bit further back for what it was worth, right? This is normally like from that point on you get like the really powerful weapons like the bolt actions, etc. We felt like putting this a little bit earlier actually makes it more interesting for players, given the fact that you already have the Sparks and the Martini Henry at the same time there, roughly the same time.
Awesome. But I think that was it for the unlock rank changes, but we have some even more updates for you guys. Which one of this is kind of interesting, and I think a lot of you will like it, and it's a faster weapon progression. So as you saw earlier, we added the blueprints, but that's not all.
Yeah, so now it's basically possible to overspill XP as you collect XP for a certain weapon. What is currently the case is that if you're trying to get to a specific weapon variant, you can only ever maximum progress one step per match, right? Like, so if you need like 500 XP on your win field to get to the next unlock, the moment you hit that, you will not be able
Наконец-то
to already
теперь
move
экспа,
towards the next
ну,
unlock after.
переап экспы
And that's
уходит
something that
дальше на...
we kind of changed the
Ух
system
ты
a
ж.
little bit behind it so that this is possible now.
Гениально,
And
блядь.
it allows us to kind of grind multiple steps even in one way. So specifically in the early game where the gates are actually not that far apart, you might be able to just get to a variant that you like.
Полтора года потребовалось людям, чтобы понять, что как бы, ну...
earlier to some of those. And obviously it also benefits any other weapon later on. Like if you had a really good round, you might make maybe 1 or 2 or maybe even 3.
Пора бы это уже сделать.
Path, for example. Just overall progression should be faster, which means also for those prestige players out there, you might be able to actually see more of the arsenal as you go until you're ready for the next prestige and you have to reset everything again.
So, question: would this allow players to, let's say, with finding multiple blueprints, to unlock multiple variants for the same weapon with the multiple blueprints?
I think that should be systemically the case. Yeah, if you were to find multiple blueprints, you should be able to get multiple of those. I'm not 100% sure if that is actually working like that, but at least that's the intention. And if it's not working like that, it will be working like that eventually.
That's awesome. So yeah, I think that was actually like feedback for the weapon progression itself for a long time. So many of you will definitely enjoy this and have those variants quicker, whichever you want to get. And as we have more variants with every update, it's I think it even helps with that a bit. And I think that's for the weapon progression, but we have some bigger bounty hunting changes as well.
Yes, so in Bounty Hunt specifically, it's a couple of changes here. We don't have to make for those, but I think that people probably understand what's going on there. So the first one is you always know the situation where you have one bounty and you want to go and maybe run the gauntlet, like get the second boss as well. But you still need to maybe find the clues because no one yet has started to banish or like found them. What you had to do so far is basically either have one of
Теперь ты пока подсказки находишь, блядь, еще бустанешься на 3 секунды.
A bit of your dark set boost time in order to see where the next clue is, or alternatively just run around until you find it eventually. Because it didn't really matter so much from a balancing perspective, we just quickly said, you know what, when you actually are holding bounty and you're moving to a clue that you can still interact with, you just get a second back. We introduced anyways recently that you can get back a second from a hunters. It just makes it so that when you actually arrive at the second boss, you still have some seconds to actually use effectively, rather than having to have them all wasted maybe on the way there and just stand there like with maybe a second left or so. So it's just a bit of a quality of life thing. It doesn't upset or do anything much on the balance, I suppose. It's just more that it doesn't feel as frustrating having to lose a second just to find a clue.
Yeah, I agree. It always felt a bit awkward when you have the bounty and you're not able to go for the next boss or at least look for the clues because you don't really want to use up your boost. So this way it...
Или что это? Или я неправильно понял, блядь?
But that's not it. So,
Или это когда в Dark Side типа чекаешь клю, он 10 секунд дает.
So this is actually one of the things which I'm really excited about. So this is one of the remaining points
Есть видео?
that
Покажите.
we felt we still have to work on when it comes to the core loop of like starting, finding clues, finding the boss, killing the boss, picking up the bounty, and leaving, where we introduced so many mechanics along the way, tried to optimize and smooth the gameplay along the way. But the one thing that always felt still a bit bumpy was the situations where you went for all of these steps and you were now with your bounty in the boss lair and trying to go to the exit, and you open the map and you have all exits in one corner. And you know exactly there's a couple teams out there, and you're like, okay, we have to fight through this. We'll be at a disadvantage.
Ну да. Я сначала подумал, что, блядь, до того, как найдешь, типа секунды плюсуются. Ну да, это сильно жирно.
Like the
Ну
snipers,
ладно.
for example, sitting in a good spot and just like waiting for that intercept, and that discouraged people from even going for the bounty to a certain extent. It wasn't the biggest issue. I think we fixed those before, but it's still one of those remaining things that always felt a little bit awkward still to have in the game. So it's a very small change, but actually the change here is just that of those 3 extraction points that you will always have,
Награда за
500 meters apart from the others. So you might still have a corner with 2 exits. That can happen, but at least one of them will always be at least those 500 meters away from them in either direction, right? So they might still be in a similar ballpark, right? Like
за выход. Ну, то есть за экстракцию.
So you might still force the direction on the player, but at least there is a bit more flexibility in order to find like the best way out and not run into guaranteed ambush just because everything is in the same corner or the same spot practically. I think we do have a screenshot that shows one example.
Yeah, I think we will have right after. I think we have one more point, and then we will have a screenshot too.
We showed it in a second then.
And the last point, yeah,
go for it.
Yeah, so banishing now actually restores all your health chunks. So not like before that, it even if you lost some health chunks, it only destroyed 50, I believe. But now it's actually all your lost health chunks, so you can be sure.
Просто, ну они реально, они
все.
Yeah, I think that's again like one of those like, small quality of life things. It doesn't really affect so much, but we all know the feeling. Like I know there was a big tough fight before we even got to the boss. Like one of our teammates got even partially burned. We managed to save the day, but now he's on his last chunk, and everything is kind of like meh. We still managed to go to the boss and
не 100, все, баниш дает тебе все, хоть у тебя 25 хп там осталось, все остальное выжжено. Он тебе просто все восстановит.
And we thought like, you know what, like it doesn't really matter so much, but it's just a nice thing that that the moment you go to the boss, the moment you kick the banish in, you are full. You're just completely as you were before.
Да, ты сразу готов драться.
Less chunks even with the mission, you are now at
Почему? Меньше 25 не опустишь.
Points total, and I think that's just a nice change.
Yeah, I think everyone will just like it because now you don't have to worry or overthink it, and it's always just full health, and it makes you even want to go for the boss even more. I feel like, especially if you already lost some chunks or came to a mission without chunks because you forgot to buy them back after the mission.
Yeah, and the good thing is that it makes it just a bit more valuable also for you to like push.
Ну даже если охотники 6 мелкими полосками.
Even if you're totally the underdog, like you can get a full comeback with that. You just need to then rush the boss, get it over with quickly, and hit that button, or maybe even steal it from another team. But you do have the chance, and if you manage to pull it off, then everything is possible again. You're back to 150.
Awesome, and as you mentioned earlier, we do have a picture of the extraction, and I think that's the upcoming one. So as Danny said, it can still happen that you have 2 extraction points close by, but the third one will be always at least 500 meters away, as you can see it on the pictures, with 2 being on the west side, I guess, and one
Не,
on
бывает,
the
бывает.
side,
Редко, но бывает.
So it gives you a couple options. I think specifically if you're inside the boss arena, like having the option, like it's just you scan around with dark side and you see it's like one team in the northeast, another team in the west. Shit, what can we do? You see there's an exit in the south, and not all the exits may be like in one of the team's directions. You still have a chance to just like maybe dash out there, and by the time they try to catch up, maybe they even meet and fight each other, and giving you a chance to get away. It's like having a fair distribution of exits usually makes things much more
спаун
interesting
типа
when it comes to
пофиксили.
trying to outplay other guys, right? Even if your strategy is to run away and leg it and just get the bounty out safely and don't want to fight, which is perfectly fine and valid, you do have a bit more options for that now, at least more reliably. So you shouldn't be feeling as cornered and forced as you do right at the moment.
Yeah, awesome little change. And that's still not all, guys. We have a bunch more stuff. So we have interaction outline options for you to select now.
I think this is like a big one that people have been requesting quite for a long time.
Чего ты там заукал, блядь? Непонятное.
Can't keep up with the chat now. The thing here is that it basically gives players 3 options in the menu now how to deal with outlines. And this is interesting, obviously, for people who try to like create content with those, like videos of some sort. But also, it's interesting for people who sometimes feel like the outlines might actually be obstructing them in finding like an enemy behind the door, etc. So I think this is actually a very, very good change. And like so, you have 3 options you can set this to all, which is basically the current behavior. So you see outlines periodically popping up for everything which is interactable, like doors, hammers, ammo boxes, etc. Then you can completely shut the whole system off, which means you don't get any interactions on any of the things that are interactable. You will need to know.
Нихуя не понял, но очень интересно, блядь.
Probably do and know, but still, sometimes having the outline can show you out there. Actually, there is this one hammer that you just did like miss before. But if you want the immersion or if you want to record videos, etc., this is an option for you. And then the last one is a mixed set, which basically just excludes doors and windows, which I think was the biggest concern of people. That specifically as you're trying to attack a compound, you might have someone sitting behind the door, and then the door is periodically flashing wide, and it just can't see behind it. So now, if you want, you can completely exclude.
Это вот эта вот херня, которая беленьким горит. Ну, обычно тебе подсвечивает что-то. Ну, ты можешь выбрать 3 опции.
some of the options look. So let's look.
Типа у тебя вот. Наконец-то, блядь.
As you can see here, everything
Аллилуйя.
is up. See the lanterns on the left and the door. And now just setting it to mixed means you'll still see the lanterns flash on the left side, but the doors completely without any.
Все, теперь не мешает
outline, which means you can
Короче, двери и окна нахер сразу. Все будут играть двери и окна включить.
Just fight that fight.
Yeah, perfect. And obviously the last option would be with nothing blinking, basically, not even the lantern.
I think you guys will know what it looks like.
It's kind of obvious, but yeah. Just wanted to make sure that everyone understands. Yeah. So yes, guys, Hunt role-playing servers are possible now, so make sure to go for that. All right. And I think
Мешает играть.
after,
Теперь не
this
мешает.
change, we arrived to the beautiful part of the scene, which is the new legendaries. So why don't we just take a look at the very first one, which is Vagrant, I guess you would pronounce, and this
I think it's Vagrant, but
Это чё за...
maybe it's French Vagrant, maybe it's German Vagrant. Pick whatever you like.
But the main point that it looks really cool. Like wow.
What I like about it is like it's such a makeshift thing, right? Like this little.
Блять, за банк, консервная банка, типа вместо глушака.
It's literally a trash gun.
It's so crazy,
I love it.
Yeah. Like yeah, awesome. I really like it. It's like a meme kind of weapon for your little red shirt hunter, I feel like.
Yeah, it's also very
200 блбонд. Ну возьмем, ладно, купим.
So it's something that I think it's a nice little filler legendary skin, and I do appreciate it for the memes. You wanna quickly read the text for us?
Yeah, sure. So, a vagrant known as the Tin Man rattled around the city with a large bag of cans. Harmless until a malicious hunter threw them into the bay. Able to save but a few, he decorated his silencer with the remainder and set out for revenge, silent as a whisper. So basically, he found the
весь в консервах,
and put it on his gun. So awesome. If you're talking, Dennis, we can't actually hear you.
No, I didn't. I was just appreciating your storytelling skills.
Oh, thank you. I try to improve upon that skill compared to last week.
This all good, all good.
Thank you. So yeah, let's just take a look at the gun in the.
Идешь в кукурузное поле, блядь.
As you can see, actually, the silencer is like there's like a geometry change there. Like it actually is like a can. Like obviously the inside is still basically whatever you put in a silencer, right? Like with the normal one, it's just like the outer shape is different. And then it has like lots of like stamps and little stickers from cans, so cool. from stuff on it. So it's I love it. It's actually it's a perfect gun for some of the legendary hunters that we see, right?
I can't believe it says crab on the side. That's amazing.
Ну что, походу под легендарный это последний, да, и после легендарки ничего не будут показывать.
Cries out like for red shirt to carry it to the bayou, right?
Yeah, this is amazing, and the face at the back is also.
Чего?
Nice.
Что за пещера?
So, guys,
Где тизер новой карты?
And it only costs 200 blood bonds, so I would definitely get it. Especially with the little money bags you can find now. This is like the first purchase.
Yeah, almost. All right, let's have a look.
Да, когда? Не видели.
So the second one is the Death Letter, which is an officer brawler. And as you can see, it's like a lot of text and little things engraved into the.
Ну вот прикольный скинчик.
No fate, death.
Yeah, this is one something I really like. Is I really like, especially like some crazy mind, just kind of like just like. Put the stuff there in there with a knife probably and scratch it on, and I think actually I do like the skin a lot. What I've done in testing is I used it in combination, so I had one of those and then I had a regular one in dual wield, and that actually looked pretty awesome.
Oh, that's pretty cool. It reminds me of the Joker somehow.
Yeah.
Like with all these crazy texts. Yeah, and it also costs only 200 blood bonds, so not like super expensive.
On the cheaper end, yeah, which I think was important for us as well. We wanted to just have a bit more variety when it comes to the pricing range. Also, some of the Bloodborns, so there's going to be more options for players. So we'll just have a few hundred or so. Let's just maybe find something they like there.
And I guess it's time to for the story time.
Story time.
So death pens no warning of his coming. And for hunters and soldiers alike, the sound of gunfire is the only correspondence foretelling their demise. This Nagant's personalized engraving appears to reference an old Civil War ballad written by one of who would later become a hunter, delivering his own dark tidings with each deadly shot. Death incarnate. Badass. Yeah. So yeah, let's take a look at this as well in a 3D viewer.
Yep.
It's really cool how the like light reflects differently from those parts of the where it's like carved.
Yeah. Let's see if the guys like managed to find all the words written on it and put it like in a Reddit thread.
Does it say bird?
Maybe.
So one gun has crab, the other has bird. Awesome.
Bird, crab bird. I really like this one.
Same, and we have one more, I think, in the store for you guys.
Yep.
From the legendaries, which is Disal's Silence, which is a Sparks LRR silencer with all the gold layout. It looks very fancy, and it costs 400 blood. Oh, sorry. Which is a bit more expensive than the
Spark
previous
Silence,
one,
наконец-то.
way more elegant, I feel like.
Обзавелась скином. Ну, этот прикольный.
Anymore.
Прикольненько.
Still here, Dennis?
I am still here.
Oh, yeah.
Waiting for you to do the presentation.
Oh, you just want me to read it, basically, right?
Exactly.
Погоди, еще не финиш.
Okay, so the favor Sparks LRR of the elder Desal brother, a man whose business ventures would not have been as successful without the occasional enforced silence. Very cool.
I like it a lot. Let's have a look at it in the 3D viewer as well. Let's spot some of the details.
Yeah, I mean this one looks really. I really like this. Always the gold black, although it's not really black, but like the wooden with the gold looks super elegant.
Ну, Last One, может, Last One легендарка.
Small engravings and like particular details that's put on it always amazes me. I personally really like guns like that. Like they still have like the metal gun look, but they just have like this artifice basically all over it.
Yeah, exactly. I usually take this kind of skins as well. They are like super pretty.
So yeah, now you can go Spark Silence.
Ну, это забавная штука.
Style points.
Надо будет брать.
Only 400 blood points,
Не стоит
so,
меньше 500.
I mean, that's a bit more expensive, but still not like crazy. So I think that was it for the legendaries, but
there's more.
There's like very interesting things coming up, I feel like, and you guys will be very excited to see them. So let's say what these could be.
I mean, we talked about this a little bit in the beginning.
Наконец-то. Вот на сайте тизер 1.5, блять, написано, а там это coming soon.
We had like a blog post. We showed some of the new stuff there, and well, we showed these images in the very beginning as well. Maybe we just want to take a bit closer look at some of that stuff in more detail. So
так вот, я сам в шоке, не говори.
And maybe we spot maybe a couple new things here and there, or be able to give a bit of context. So let's have a peek at the new boss. And you've already seen that image, but maybe some people wondering, is this actually a boss? Is this a hunter? What could it be? What could it be? And this is actually a reveal of the new boss. So the hint here is the takeaway. I think I've never seen a hunter carry a wood axe with just one hand very casually. So whatever you see there on the left side seems to be a little bit bigger than you would see from a normal hunter. So that's the hint I can give you. But obviously we will have a lot more to show and talk about this in the upcoming months leading into next year, etc. So expect
Это
some
все?
more,
Весь
some
тизер?
more details on this. But yeah, it is definitely the new boss that you're seeing there. And so far, not much is known about him, except for he looks kind of like a bit of a bird theme going on there. But everything else, we kind of leave in the shadows for the moment.
I mean, I think the previous gun skin was already saying bird, so now it's here. Also, you know, there's a quote you just said basically from Discord that no hunter holds an axe. That already went viral from you, Dennis. So
That's very good.
Yeah. So yeah, that was this, and we will have a lot more to talk about a bit later on, but not today, guys. So just take it as you will for now.
Да-да-да.
Yeah, but we showed some more stuff there. So what else did we reveal? We had the first look at some of the new upcoming weapons for 1.5. And coincidentally, those were both lever weapons. So yeah, let's have a look. So the first one, it reads even there, it's like a Winfield 1876. So as you can see, maybe some people did the research and Google what type of weapon this could be, and maybe even Google the ammunition
Что-то
line
патроны
next to it,
какие-то у него.
to get a sense of what it would be.
Нет,
And what we can confirm is that this is a medium ammo Winfield. Not going to tell a lot more about like capacity, etc., but you have to wait for that a little bit more. But it is definitely going to be a medium ammo Winfield.
That's really cool. Yeah, I think some people already from the
Нормально. Папе нравится, блядь. Это пойдет.
That concerns like in general, like, oh my god, but levering OP. And one of the things is like, yeah, but you will just destroy everything with something like that. Like the same argument for the other weapon we'll see in a minute. Keep in mind, like for example, you can also fan an uppercut, but is that really the best way of using that ammunition? Sure, it's there as a last resort, but is it reliable? So what you need to keep in mind is that just because something can do a certain action, like lever or fan or whatever, doesn't mean it is actually the most powerful option. You can balance everything, and I think that's something you also see with this gun, that levering on this one will obviously not as reliable and as effective as it might be on the 73.
Awesome, and then you already mentioned the other ones.
Ну, бас вообще.
Yeah, it's a classic. Like, unfortunately,
обрезанный этот. Чё это? Погоди.
But yeah, this is I think actually one of the
Winfield shotgun.
Like having a Winfield 1887 as a lever action shotgun. As you can already see here, with the lever action being fully open, like this thing is kind of clunky to lever, right? So same thing here. You won't just like quickly lever this thing in order to squeeze out like rounds at a very high rate. Obviously,
Мне, наверное, ЛЧ не будет.
But it's not like this is going to be semi-automatic terrain. So again,
мне бан выпишут.
As we will review.
Скорее всего, если я ЛЧ запущу.
Yep, perfect. So that
was
weapons, but we had probably the biggest teaser, or like close to the boss as well.
Yeah, I think it's something people were really looking forward to, like being able to just like get like a first glimpse, like some snapshots from the new upcoming map.
And actually, for the first time now, we gonna look at it even closer than we had in the blog. So are you ready, guys?
Woohoo! I mean, we had it like, already. Like, it was actually pretty awesome seeing some community members just like using it.
Очень могу тебе дать ссылку на сайт, где посмотреть.
Images and get more information out of it, and then people just sharing that and looking around. I think it was really awesome for all of us to kind of see how people try to like kind of like squeeze even more information out of this big screen, But here we actually have them individually. So it gives you guys a bit of a chance to maybe look at some of the details a bit more. Since I cannot see the captions with the small preview I have, Benz, I leave the honors to you.
I think it says Reeves Quarry.
The Reeves Quarry, yeah.
Yeah.
So obviously, like a quarry theme going on here. How big is that? Where could it be? We don't know. Actually, we do, but we can't tell. So we will tell in the future. But just leaving it here as impressions for you guys. So as you can see, verticality seems to be a bit of a thing here.
Then let's move on to the second one, which is, I guess, Graph CO Lumber.
So yeah, woodworks theme, like something we have seen in the game before, maybe with a twist now. You never know. Well, again, we'll see more of that and what it could mean, what location we will find that on in the future. But as you can already see, like this seems to be a bit of water. There seems to be like what looks like a bit of a boat, and wood structures around it.
Awesome. And we have even more. I'm not sure because the text is a bit like burned, but it says Pearl Plantation, possibly. So
this is actually one which I think some people missed So everybody was focused very much on the table, right? Like with the images
Плантация.
there. But
Как
like,
из
if you look
этого,
at the very
как
back
его...
of the image, there was like another image hanging on the wall. So some people saw it, some people didn't. And well, this
С
is the
этим,
one
с
that was in the
Фоксом,
back,
так, фильм,
and
блядь.
it looks a little bit more like
Я
there
из Ди
seems to
Каприо,
be
как он
some
там
sort of like,
назывался?
is it an overgrown old manor house,
Джанго.
plantation of some sort, given by with a name.
Типа такого
So again,
дома.
curious to
Там
find
же
out
типа
more in
такого
the
дома
future
был.
about what that means, where it's located, and what the story behind it is.
And the last image we shared is Happy Day, which could refer to anything, but who knows? What could it be?
Yeah, I mean, it's just like a bit of a pavilion type of thing in the background. So maybe like where people would have met and had like some nice parties and maybe listen to music with people there playing instruments. So very nice structure. It looks a little bit more like a little bit more posh, a bit more classic. So where could that be? Where could that fit in? Is it part of the same plantation? Is it someplace else? We'll find out in the future.
Awesome, and I think that's it for the teasers for now, guys. So it's time for your questions.
Все.
So if you have any
Go
questions
играться,
right now, please
хватит.
make sure to ask them in the chat, and we also have some collected by our lovely moderators. So let's go through those quickly. So
Неинтересные.
someone is asking what happened to the character customization, and will it still come, or is it not done?
We still have that on the list. It's not a 1.5 item, so the 1.5 items will be the custom ammunition and the boss. That's the focus.
Да, что-то не это.
But as we get closer to those, obviously we're gonna keep on updating roadmap, keep on updating what the new things are. Like people who are familiar with our roadmap, they know quite a lot of things are still on that, or have been on that in the past, and it's all things that we at one point in the future would like to get to.
Что, пойдем пострадаем немножко?
Thing at a time. Let's first make sure we can finally release 1.5 that we wanted to release this year. Unfortunately, we're not able to. I think everybody understands it was a bit of a tough year for everybody. So hopefully we can keep up like the release stuff next year and actually increase the momentum and give you guys more cool stuff faster.
Yes, and another seems like everyone wants to know is about the next gen update. And I think we already mentioned it in the last streams and the blog as well, that we want to do something, but we are still looking into it basically, so we can't like give you a definite answer. Just like
Короче, как обычно, залупня.
Exactly.
Не патч.
Yeah, then a lot of people asking questions that I can't answer right now, but
yes,
yeah.
there was one I can pick. So someone is asking if Ghoul, like the
КДА? В смысле, в чате вкидывать? Да, она и так уже скинута. Дальше некуда. Да им надо что-то с этим делать, это таблица, но это нереально. Это такая залупень, блин. Ну 43, 67, это что за нахер? Не бывает, блядь, такого. Я на 26-м... Я на 26 206 месте, блядь. Просто. На 430-м по убийствам, блядь. Ебануться, нахуй. Вот, блядь. Ай. Вон, чувак, 0.17, 12.1, все. Топ-6 мира сидит. Такая залупень. Ох. Короче, патч такой себе. Не порадовали. Ну и через неделю. Сейчас неделю теста, и перед Новым годом вы это выкатят. Да не снегай. Я в соло пострадаю, погорю. Да недолго, наверное. Чувствую, сгорю к ебеням, блядь, с этого говна. Привет, Егор. Ла-ла-ла-ла-ла-ла. Так, короче, никакими патчами нас не порадовали. Ну так. Пойдем страдать, хуй делать. Давай, твой, приятного. Держи в курсе. Что такое, блядь, пельмешки сказываются? Завязывайте, а, блядь. Ну и нормально. Что вы за люди? Почему тут приходят? И начинаете про еду. Не, 91 вроде норм. Смотри, какой рост, правда. жареные вообще норм. Как маленькие чебурята. Получается. Что, не русский, что ли? Какие пилики без мазика? Аллюя. Жареные с мазиком, обычные со сметаночкой. Это же с молоком матери должно впитываться. Чё под конец показали? И что там было? Блять, ну где вы сидите-то? Привет. Да хз пока. Первая катка. Мы до этого патч смотрели. Ни разу, блядь, не попал. А, не попал. Да не. Мы тут побалдеем с парнем вдвоем. Они тем более там бегают. Пока. С парнем балдеем, да? Да я слышал. Еще кто-то умер. Ну вот. Чё толку, блядь? Стреляешь по людям, они не умирают. Да. Вот, конечно, такое. Конечно, нормально так здесь лицом торгую. Вот еще, блядь, торговец. Блищем. Не попал! Не сейчас, позже пролетит, блядь. Этот раз. Так, те на выход уехали. Этих двое. Я больше стал. Не знаю. Не знаю, что с FPS. Так это будет только в 1.5. Винфил со средним калибром. Не знаю. Я же проц менял. Нам бабки нужны. Хрена они даже это, блядь. Даже ничего не ссали, просто, блядь. Как только убежал, сразу пошли взяли. Прошаренные хлопцы. Играть пошли? Куда пошли? Попшо. Че, уедем, нет? Уедем. Походу. А я что делаю, по-твоему? Ну, что я сейчас делаю? Разве не играю? Ты меня с собой зовешь. Заядлого соловика. Что вы травите, а? Пинфил со средним будет вообще хорош. Вдвоем. Меня уже втроем звали. Вдвоем тоже как мне. Не хочу, пока охота это. Нет желания. Поехали новую. Так, что там код? Пойти кота проверю, что-то там притих, блядь. Война. Где? Блять. Ну чё за бред-то, блядь? Где голова ёбаная, блядь? Чё за нахуй, а? Блядь, ебанутая игра. Просто сидит, блядь, ебалом торгует, даже не шевелится, блядь. Ты в нее стреляешь, похуй вообще, блядь. Что там, куда там, он зато, блядь, с разворота тебе, на, блядь. Изи. Он и даже не шевелится дальше. Тупо, блядь, сидит. Турель ебаная, блядь. Пава, блядь, пробежала, открыла двери, нахуй. Вниз ушла, блядь, огненный хер согрелся, блядь. И я за ней упал, тут же на меня, блядь, переключился. Да бегом. Только пятки были видны. Летел Аки бог. Он ли вперед, ни шагу назад. Блять, скорее бы уже гиперпанк, а. Вообще до Нового года жить. Первую каточку 2 пульки не попал никуда. Никто не умер. Тут, блять, не попал в голову опять, блять. Что начинается-то, а? Ага. Откручу. Конечно, блин. Мне жизнь жестоко должна подкрутить, блядь, что-то не то, что игра, блядь, но что-то как-то подкруток никаких. Что отгорит, блин, от того, что как бы такие сладенькие ребята, ну, блядь, ну сидит голова, как бы, ну ты понимаешь прекрасно, что ты его убиваешь. Ты целишься в голову, срежешь голову, не убиваешь голову. И от этого еще больше загораешься, потому что, ну как? Может, Винсел сегодня опять не стреляет? Опять перейти на дробовик? Да? Тут, видишь, дело-то не в том, что офицерский, не офицерский. Тут надо шотать в голову. Против троек надо шотать в голову. Если ты не шотаешь в голову, то ты не выигрываешь в тройке. Карабин, он... Чтобы пикать, просто по пулечке в телко 2 раза, и все, и уехал. А я себе позволить не могу пикать в тело 2 раза. Тройками. Но могу, но как бы... Тем более его открывать еще надо. У меня закрыт. убийца, блядь. Ну просто... Самый ненавистный босс, самый ебанутый босс, самый поломанный босс. Давайте его сувать. А, еще и молоток. Надеюсь, внутри там хоть есть что-то. Есть топор. На это топор. На это топор. Угу. Что у нас, халява? Халява преде. Нет, не халява. Псих какой-то, блин. Блять, как обычно, просто, сука. Иди нахуй, игра, блять. Просто как обычно, блять. Пиздец. Да там иначе никак не сделаешь, блядь. Но они наверху сидят, блядь. Ну надо только залазить как-то. Чтобы туда залезть, надо, блядь, пройти. Но это ПВЕ ебаное в этой игре. Это просто меня уже, блядь, вымораживает, нахуй. Это такой, блядь, сука, ссанина, блядь. И, блядь, оно агрится, нахуй, на меня, блядь. 3 человека, сука, бегают, стреляют, блядь. сука, топают как слоны. Вообще похуй, блядь. Чуть, блядь, в радиус заходишь, все, на тебя все летит сразу. Сейчас, блядь, еще одна такая катка, и нахуй в пизду, блядь. Стримы эти ебаные по этой ебаной залупе, блядь. Пусть нахуй сидят, блядь, он, блядь. Партнер это говно стримит, блядь. Самое охуенное на лестницах. Не прожать, блядь, не вижен, не кинуть нихуя, не достать пистолет, ничего, блядь. Все, зацепился в эту лестницу, блядь, лезет. Реализм, блядь.
Здорово, Сакура. Ну, чекали. Что интересного? Ну, кроме того, что теперь, блядь, экспа по оружию будет. Винфилд со средними патронами. Да. Винфилд с уточкой. Это я ждал, блядь. Нет, ну вот единственное, что в 1.5 там Винфилд с медиум патронами, вот это вот интересно. Да, проблем в игре нет. Че я ждал сумок, блядь, с мелочевкой? Че там еще? Карт. Ну вот это то, что голы переделали. Гуля. Тут прикольно. Только вопрос, он джонные эти будет восстанавливать или нет? То, что босс теперь, блядь, хиляет вообще полностью все хп, это, конечно, пиздец. Остановите, я сойду. Почему тупо? А, и не попал по бочке? Охуенно, блядь. По кайфу просто. У меня-то? Есть такое. Да-да-да, блядь, просто, сука. У меня ж ебало-то, блядь, на пол экрана, блядь. Вообще, блядь, нет, не уважают зрителев. Нет, единственное, что, блядь, положительное в этой обнове будет в будущем, это то, что они наконец-то, блядь, спустя 2 года думали, что... А действительно. Зачем каждый раз, чтобы прокачать следующую ветку, надо перезаходить, когда ты вкачаешь предыдущую, блядь. Можно же всю экспу перенести, ну, чтобы она накапливалась. Это же намного охеренней. Это же было настолько, блядь, на поверхности, что потребовалось 2 года, чтобы они до этого доперли. А что там с выходом? Блять, эта игра меня реально дрочит. Он просто мне этого убийцу сует. На, говорит, играй вот. У тебя один босс в этой игре, блядь. Забудь про кого-то другого. Вот наша багнутая херня, которую, блядь, мы типа фичи назвали. Вот бегай за ним. Репучка не работает. Бегай, вот бей его топором. Топор же есть. В чем проблема, блядь? Мне кажется, у них там кто-то полуумный завелся немножко. Пиздец, нахуй. Ну почему так криво-то бежите, блядь? Блядь. Ну, блядь, моя обычная, сука, блядь, осколочная. Прям под него выпало, блядь, но нет. Там же сено, блядь, бронебойное. Это у меня все сено, блядь, ватное. А у людей, вон, сено здорового человека. И сено курильщика, блядь. Вообще продать нечего. Все продано, блядь. Даже печки почень, все продано. Обыдно. Вот это говно можно продать. 5 левелов где-то надо взять. это вот. О, бесполезная штука. Где плюсик горел? Нас хватает на вот так вот, и вот так вот, и вот так вот. Не нравится тенденция просто, блядь. В СОС, ночь. Ночь в СОС. Нормально. Конечно. Привет. Да, нет, скорее всего. Может бан прилететь на 7 дней.
Мгм. Мгм.
Чего ты, блядь, не написал там? Не понимать по-русски. С 38-й взять и все, и нахер кончить, блядь, на этом говном. Привет, Джесси. Че, посмотрел патч? Как тебе? Чем тебе Винфилд дробовик не это не подходит? там кто-то, когда смотрели, сказал это. Ну, а осталось еще в эти вышки, блядь, снайперки засовывать, и вообще нормально. Типа еще на презентации. Это не будет как место, где люди будут воевать. Это так залезть, осмотреть. Я говорю, ага, блядь, конечно, залезть, осмотреть, блядь. Проходишь мимо такой вышки, а там просто, блядь, семья сидит из 7 человек. Трое наверху, блядь, двое внизу, блядь, 3 посередине. Но. Кого-то, блядь, ПВЕ. За ПВЕшило. На моих глазах, блядь. Что там у этого друзья нет? И... Не очнулись? Блять, как я кайфую с этого ПВЕ. Просто это, блядь, божественно. Просто на мясо отправили. Молодого. Да он вроде весь в скинах пришел. Я, блядь, просто всю карту пробежал. Нормально. И ни одного, блядь, чемодана. И гранатами. Ромарка заиграет, а сейчас типа он не играет, блядь. Где нож, блядь? Я вчера один такой, блядь, кастомными пулями это начитерил. Все лицо в короне было, блядь. Не попал топором. Нормально сидят. Красиво сидят. Просто мясник ворвался такой с топором, блядь. Да, конечно, ты видел, как они просто не ожидали. А он там автомат дожал, просто клавишу и давай им вводить туда-сюда. С криками «Попади, пожалуйста!» Да? Ну-ка, сейчас. Черкань что-нибудь. По фикшену. Программист. Все сделано. Привет, сержант. Так. Единственное, что в нем полезного, это наконец-то они догадались экспу с оружия как бы вперед выкидывать. Так, как обычно, залупа. Особенно эти вышки, блядь. Мы перестроили вышки. Там никто не будет воевать. Честно-честно. Сидеть-то никто не будет никогда. Это только посмотреть. Угу. Она самая. Наилучшайшая. Группе. Потому что Винфилд это самый первый оружие, который открывается. Них и форсят. Они сейчас делают все, чтобы новичкам было комфортно. Поэтому они и форсят первое оружие. Если его не будут форсить, они... Новичку будет неинтересно. А так они вначале он зашел, купил, вон у него Винфилдов этих просто в вагон буран. Все открывается, все стреляет. Уф! Классненько, круто. Дедай Ромеро или не дедай? Или со снайперским прицелом Ромеро? Вот тут уточни-ка. Да? Хуй делать? Против ПВЕ, блядь, страдаю. Ну, мне так уже достало в этой игре, блядь. Это просто пиздец. Троих одним ударом. Ну-ка мне пояс сшейте быстро. Сучок, блядь. Я тебя сожгу нахер. Да как? Ой, блядь. Просто, блядь, иди нахуй, ай, ПВЕ ебаная, ну серьезно, блядь. Заебало, блядь, сука, там нахуй бегает за забором, этот пидорас стоит, блядь, на меня смотрит, блядь, извиняюсь за выражение, осуждаю, конечно, все, блядь. Ну что это за нахер-то, блядь? Сука, их, блядь, прекрасно слышишь, нахуй, там, между, блядь, около него, блядь, серая херня ходит, блядь, огненная херня бегает. И ничего, нахуй, не, блядь, на троих ничего не агрится. Зато, блядь, на меня все подряд, блядь. Какая нахуй ошибка, блядь? Это не ошибка. Блядь, это игра одна сплошная ошибка, блядь. С этим, блядь, хуй пойми откуда взявшись ПВЕ, блядь, просто, ну, блядь, какой алгоритм, блядь, действия этого ПВЕ? Почему, блядь, на соло игрока оно просто все агрится, вся деревня? На тройку, блядь, не бежит никто. Как это работает, блядь? И почему так работает, блядь? Больше людей должны вызывать больше агро, блядь. А не один человек вызывать больше агро, чем 3 человека, которые, блядь, стреляют нахуй тут же, блядь. Шумят тут же, блядь. Сука, подсказка орет, горит. Эти, блядь, дураки бегают за забором рядом. Огненный ни хера не агрится, блядь. Ты подсказку взял, он тебя сагрился, блядь. Стоит нахуй, втыкает, блядь. Прям в тебя втыкает через стену. Ты вышел на улицу, все, он тебя увидел, побежал, блядь. То, что нахуй за забором бегает, вообще насрать, блядь. Сука, если бы я с забором бегал, он уже давно, блядь, был бы на моем месте там где-нибудь. Со мной вместе бегал рядом. Да не полустань, они бегали. Шаги же слышал. Конечно, блядь. Один против троих не очень, а, блядь, 4 на одного нормальные. Так работает, блядь, эта игра долба. Просто, ну, блядь, ну слов нет, ну реально, вот тут нормальных человеческих слов уже не хватает, но одни маты она вызывает. Какой-то, блядь, была просто шикарная игра, ну нахера вот так вот, откуда это все взялось-то, блядь? Блять, не мой стиль вот это, блядь, сидеть на маяке и, блядь, со снайперкой. В пизду. Двойки ничем не лучше, чем тройки. Там экшена в разы меньше, блядь. Тем более на снайперку в этой игре у меня до сих пор еще сенса не настроен. Я не собираюсь настраивать даже. А тут с любым сетапом сейчас тройки сложно валить. Они же, блядь, все бегут, тыкают нахуй. Блядь, главное 2 шота сделать. Все. Вся игра свелась к этому. Ну, учитывая, что у меня голову вообще не хитрягает, это, ну, это еще в 3 раза сложнее. В данный момент я занимаюсь просто самобичеванием. Скотский рандом даже, блядь, знаю, что у меня денег вообще ни хера нет, блядь, по полтиннику сойдет. Ну мог уже 1000 в конце концов высунуть, я бы уже, блядь, уехал куда-нибудь. Нет, блядь. Призовых я последний раз вообще видел больше 100 что-то, чтобы мне касса давала. Блять. Хер без соли доедаешь, вообще насрать. На тебе 50. Ну да, за похвалы тебе насыпало. Да дело-то не в том, что Спрингфилд, ну, хреновый. Дело в том, что однозарядный, он перезаряжается пиздец как долго. Как ты, когда ты в одного против тройки играешь, ты, ну, ты не можешь себе позволить такую долгую перезарядку. Был бы в Спрингфилде хотя бы патронов 3-4 обоим, было бы веселее. А может мы мигнем, не? Алло. чё вообще? Вот он куда вообще наводится? Блядь, очередной имщик, что ли? Вот это вот переключение туда-сюда, блядь, меня, ну, как-то сразу о чем-то говорит, не о том. Очень как будто прощелкаю по моделькам, где кто. Такой, оп, 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 понятно, все. Ну давай, покажи свое имя. Этих ПП игроков просто уже, блядь, задрало. Каждый раз что-то ловить какие-то головы непонятные, блядь. К нему наконец-то заползли. Я не знаю, вот как кайфовать от такого геймплея идеального, блядь, но это... С Хантом мы распрощаемся в ближайшее время, короче, в пизду эту игру, блядь. Хоть нервов столько нет в это говно играть. Вот реально, как бы, ну, игра должна принести удовольствие, блядь, а с Хантом такого вообще нет. Сердце прихватило. Какое нахуй удовольствие, блядь. Прям чувствую, как дни жизни из меня высасывает это дерьмо. Опять два босса, блять, в другом конце карты. Да-да. Нет, смотри, как близенько. Иди нахуй, блядь, ну что это за хуйня-то, блядь? I freeze. Thanks. But I think it's hunted not for me right now. Fucking bullshit game. Good luck for you. Блять, в упор человек просто вылетает на тебя, блять. Ты ему даешь дробовика и все, и потом ты просто по нему не попадаешь. Ну просто не попадаешь, блять. В тебя все залетает, ты по нему 2 патрона не попадаешь, блять, в тело. Какая-то нахуй, сука, говная игра, блять. Ну ты реально, блять, и в ней играешь, материться только охота. Вот все, что, блять, она вызывает, это, блять, отвращение, мат и горение. Сороковой престиж взять и нахер здесь пойти, блядь. Привет, Джонни. Максимка, нет, футбола не будет. За это банят меня. К сожалению. Я бы с радостью. Футбольчик гулянул с вами. Привет, бомба. Хули, если все в этой игре раздражает. Где внизу, что ли? Внизу. В доме какой-то вандал завелся. Занимается домашним насилием. Нихуя не понимаю, но очень интересно, блядь. Да, блядь, сука. Он не докинул, а я сам приполз. Конечно, блядь. Тридцать восьмой, наверное, возьмем и закончим с этой парашей. Поем, отдохну, может, спустить позже. job, man. Да вы заебали, блядь! Я их, блядь, ну что это за игра-то, блядь? Ты заебался им текстурами, ну серьезно, блядь. Блядь. Невозможно влезть в дырку, блядь, величиной, вот, не знаю, блядь, с дом. Залезть возможно на нее, а вниз спуститься невозможно. Ну как это, блядь? Опять, сука, блядь, осколочный кинул. В угол она попала, между двумя заборами, блядь. Там бегает парень, блядь. Парень живой. В него ни один осколок не попал, блядь. В меня, сука, все залетает. Кидай какой-то нахуй, блядь, ёбаные огни, хуй в них, блядь. Все в меня залетает. Это не тестовый. Найс. Просто, блядь, не игра, а говно говна. centuries. Good luck to in your hunt. Thanks. Блин, мне даже и пушки нет с собой. You alone? help you with bolts. Больно он его ядом пинает. Саблей ядом всем подряд. You don't want to take it? Okay, mate. Try it.
Nobody knew.
Oh.
Нет еще. Не видел. Но слышал, что он вышел. Да ёпнут. Давай, может, попадем. Слишком далеко для этого ствола. Блять, вообще ни в что попасть не могу. Привет, саморез. Че за бред, блин? А, народ. Норм игру. От этой норм игры уже, блядь, изжога третий день. Кроме матов, горения и сердечных болей, она ни хрена не вызывает. Да? Вообще на изи бы. Погонял бы. Вот даже легендарная миссия гоночек вот такого горения не вызывала никогда. Там 8 часов, сколько я проходил. И 8 часов вообще просто на изи. Там виден прогресс, а тут с каждым, чем больше ты в это говно играешь, тем больше ты понимаешь, насколько это говнина недоработанная. Сегодня после вот этих, блядь, вчерашних, сегодняшних, позавчерашних смертей на ПВЕ, вот просто от того, что это ПВЕ нахер никому не надо, но его настолько дохуя, что просто, блядь, конечно, чересчур. Майнкрафт такое на любителя. Киберпанк будет, наверное. Будем в нем жить до следующего года. Sex race. GG. Мне за это не забанить? А, он же официальный. В том-то и дело, что это КД просто насмерть убивается. Читеров, кстати, развелось, блядь. ПВЕ это просто... В чем проблема вот нормально сделать ПВЕ? Я заметил, что двойной чат на экране. Браузер не цепляется. Да я хочу, ну... ОБС-ка что-то это... Сама ось. Или нет? Где он? Не, он просто не цепляет хром. Чисто физически не цепляет браузер. А, о, зацепил. Поехали. Посмотрим.
Только перед лицом смерти.
Блять!
Человек становится тем, кто он есть на самом деле.
Это я когда в хан захожу. Первые мои слова.
Давление падает.
Это нейрогенный шок. Он умирает.
Верь, ты меня слышишь?
Как больно.
И что дальше?
А дальше ты узнаешь, что именно тебе нужно делать. Ты никогда ни перед чем в жизни не отступала. Даже когда, возможно, стоило. В Найт-Сити можно с легкостью поймать пулю, даже пока ждешь такси. Но это никогда тебя не останавливало.
Пуля-то?
Думаешь, ты обманул смерть? Эта смерть обманула тебя.
Если надо убить, убивай. Если надо все сжечь дотла, пусть горит.
Головей! На землю, сука, не двигаться!
Вон из моего дома! Быстро!
Да, не хватало этой фразы.
Так тихая жизнь или смерть в лучах славы?
Нормально. Пойдет. Музыка топчик, да. Нормально, нормально.
Ты еще тут советчик. Знаю тебя, блядь. Да он у меня стоит, Эйдж. Вообще-то. Вообще-то стоит. У меня. Понятно тебе говорю? Все. Давай. Накидывай, блядь. Говно на вентиляторы. Амиго? Кто такая Амиго? Не знаю никаких Амиг. Ой-ой-ой-ой. 1,5 левела мучений, и можно пойти отдохнуть. Поесть хотя бы. Что там, бля, методичку открыл по вентиляторам? Хера себе написал. С психанул, написал. Да, это я понял, что это не с твоего личного. Ты слишком молод и ясен для таких познаний. Го воевать, игра. Я готов. Завязывай это. Этой херью заниматься. Поздравляю, ты овладел Ctrl-C, Ctrl-V. Тестируй не тут, плиз. Советуешь? Не, сегодня без пекард. Нет пекард. Не продали. Молодой, говорят. Документы есть, я без документов пришел.
Please, how the third time playing with me? Вот это игруля, просто, блядь. Посмотри на наше шикарное ПВЕ, зачем тебе ПВП? Тремор пошел. Какой выносливый бегун. Просто бегу. Да ёпнул! Опять, блять, кровины просто ебический, блять, рот. Привет. Да не найс, такой себе, блядь. Съебёшь, блядь. Блядь, текстура, отпустите меня. Кругом свои. Выдалили. Так это не по блату, это за заслуги это. Передочизный. Шерстяной просто. Не говори. Сейчас в спину меня убьет, да и все. Пугался аж. Ну такой себе шерстяной, пришлось с Ром повоевать. Что тут это? Тут как бы за заслуги. Нормально все. Моя осколочная, опять не моя осколочная, просто никого не зацепили. Почистить. Еще не ввели, чем чистить. Вот скоро введут в легендарном патче 1.4.8. Все, можно будет чистить. Ухи. Не ввели еще. То, что в тебя ввели, это не есть патч. Ха-ха-ха. Шутейка за сотку подъехала. Ввели еще мытье этих стволов. Позже сказали. Ура! Last play легендарным охотником мы сбрасываем перестиж. Карты надо взять точно. Воздушный душ. Слишком много умных букв. Я сломался. Thanks, Reese. Good luck to you. Твой навряд ли. О, там это... ПСЖ... этот... Истамбул, что-то российский скандал какой. Российский скандал произошел. Чернокожего назвали словом на букву Н, и вся команда ушла с поля. Ох уж этот российский скандал. Держу в курсе. Мониторю новости. Нормально. Там, кстати, Месси и Кристинка на поле. Оба два. Тут Twitch мне запрещает смотреть футбол на стриме. Говорят, так нельзя. Лепота. Точно сейчас, наверное, последний разик сета и пойдем отдохнем. Пойду посмотрю хоть вторые таймы. Покушаю заодно. Позже, возможно, запущусь. Но невозможно, скорее всего, точно запущусь. Там кто-то паука гладит. Ну, на этой, как бы, обычной ноте закончим упражнение на брусе, блядь, и перейдем. Хоть не загорелся сильно. Блядь, я обожаю вот это вот. Люди бегали, паука били. Никто не сагрился из зомбаков. Обычно, когда я бью, вся деревня сбегается. Тут просто люди бегают, вообще никто не сагрился. Они все стоят на месте, ждут, когда Кирилл придет. И тогда уже, мы ему в спинку-то с ручки-то залезем. Мы-то уж тогда уж с грунтами-то сойдемся. Так, сбрасываем престиж. Конечно, экспы побольше. Все, ладно, перерыв. Часик, наверное. Там посмотрим, запущусь, скорее всего. Все. До встречи. Пока я не начал материться. Не Спок, я есть пошел. Спок, сам ты Спок. Спок это герой, это Стартрека. Ну давай, приятных.